Good morning, chat. Hope everyone's having an amazing day today. Plans for today. I have figured out how to store all of the data I care about for my asset library in a scene and build that scene in such a way that it never gets loaded into memory. So it's basically just a file on disk. I figured it out. And it's using a wonky technique in Godot that kind of mimics reflection in other languages. But pretty cool. Little bit of a preview. It uses I won't load it just yet. It uses something called scene state, which is kind of a misnomer in my mind. Because what it's actually doing is just reading the file and telling you the contents of the scene file without loading it. But before that, we're going to do startup. I've done all kinds of updates. I fixed all kinds of settings. And in theory, we're all good. So no more frame rate issues. That, because I'm not doing that whole game again. There we go. Wuthering Waves? Oh, thank you. That long load time isn't promising. Also, GeForce Experience. Can you not do an overlay? That'd be great. That'd be just swell. Also, I'm pretty sure I disabled that overlay ages ago and it came back or something. Well, if patching is complete, why are you locking up my computer? Wuthering Waves. God, I can only imagine what stream quality looks like right now. That doesn't make any sense. Let's try this one more time. running. I disagree. Okay, let's be a little more aggressive with it then. Hello, Chrome. Pretty sure that's actual Wuthering Waves. Thank you. Huh. And we'll give it... We'll let it try one more time. That was very weird. I'm curious to see what shows up here. Interesting, there's two of you. Then again, I've never looked here to see what happens when it's running. Well, not locking up the computer this time. That's good. Like, I can still sway side to side. Huh. Alright. Whatever, woo-wah. Hopefully that was just getting all of the frame drops out of the way before we even play the game. That's what that was, right? Right? Seems like it is not improved. Yeah, I was looking up online to see if other people are having issues, and apparently this latest update, everyone's having issues. Shouldn't say everyone, but a lot of people on Reddit are reporting having issues. Turn to green. Yellow, red, blue, green? Yes. Ooh, one that might be slightly more complicated. That's cool. Have 4 moves. Turn everything green. So I can go red, yellow, red. That would be 4. What if I do... Oh, that doesn't work. If I start on the border here, could I do yellow, red, blue, green? That works. Yellow, red, Blue, green. Huzzah! And that's all we get to do of that today. Here it is. That's some serious memory usage. Holy cow. Yep, so holy cow, yeah. It seems like Kuro Games messed up this latest patch in some way, or latest version in some way. Because there is no reason my rig should be losing any frames, even while streaming. One thing that I'm curious about get rid of anti-aliasing. Because anti-aliasing at this resolution doesn't do a ton anyway. But one thing that's strange, and I've noticed this on a lot of games, is if you turn your settings down, it's like the game tries to deprioritize putting work on the GPU. Like, I mean, there's no enemies, so I don't know for sure, but I think my frame rate just got better. Who are we working on?
No rush. The impatient ones will fall right into our lap.
And inside of these things, there is absolutely no reason I shouldn't have perfectly crisp 60 FPS. There's no reason. These areas are tiny, almost no entities in it, like no objects, no collision, very few particle effects. Okay, well, can confirm. No frame rate issues in here. So what the heck did Kuro do? Wow, that is definitely a faster rotation. Holy cow. It's safe to say that is the fastest I'm ever gonna hope of clearing any content. I guess the only faster would be is if I wasn't using the buff from Baiji. But I doubt I could one cycle in that case. Shouldn't even call it one cycling because a cycle implies, like, a cycle describes going through the whole team. And let's go grab our Nightmare Purification. This will be the real test to see if there's been any improvement. Because this area chugs to a halt for me. We'll see. Wish me luck, chat. Okay. That... It feels a little better. Well, maybe not. Yeah, no, never mind. Yeah, now I can't even see what's going on. Well, a setting I will try for tomorrow. Ray tracing is off, good. Enabled environment objects have physics-based responses to player behavior, such as attack, skill. Turn that off. Wounded effect off. Physics-based animation off. Down that stuff. And since I can't rerun this thing, we'll have to test it tomorrow. What this? Huh? Oh, it wants me to defeat an over for a daily. Okay, I can do that real quick. This is one of my fastest. I keep seeing the time on the stream thinking, oh, we've taken too long for startup, but fine because actually starting the stream took longer than expected today. So that time I'm looking at is a lie.
Administering first aid.
Yeah, nope. Frame rate is definitely still an issue.
Be gone, wicked souls. Too reckless.
That's a shame, because one thing that I always appreciated in Wuthering Waves is that it had awesome graphics while having perfect performance. I shouldn't say perfect performance, but very, very good performance for this style game. Yeah, like even going through the menu here, I'm getting frame rate issues. Or frame drops. Just weird, don't like it. Anything else that needs doing today? No. Alright. So. Yep. After stream, I did a little bit of testing. Just a little bit. You guys didn't miss much. Oh god. Did Rumble die after 1 second? No. What? God, Rumble is a hot mess to stream to. Like, I keep a window open to view my stream through Rumble. And like what I was looking at just now, it showed that the stream had ended for me. And all it was showing was stream starting soon, or whatever my intro thing is. Yeah, stream starting soon. That's all it showed. Of course I'm going, oh, stream died. I need to fix that. But then I refresh the page and it's still running. Let me fix up the problems that are happening. There was something wrong in the animation players, but I needed to actually load to show me that. Cool. Oh, it doesn't like standalone expressions either. Is there a way to just get rid of this alert? Probably if I do that. Maybe if I do that. Depends on how solid the analysis is. Oh, it'll just turn into a declared but never used. If I do that, it should play nice. Okay. Let's try again. Get rid of more warnings. Hello. Sorry about that. So here's the scene I was using for testing this idea of a node that I just read data from, as if though it's a spreadsheet or a database, just a file on the system, and never actually gets loaded into memory. I haven't put in the protections for that yet, so I'm gonna put in code that forces this thing to delete itself if it ever actually gets instantiated. But here is the basic thing I was testing through yesterday after stream. So test here is preloading this thing that I've called unready node test. And I can get the state of this, which, what I was mentioning earlier, this is kind of a misnomer, because in my mind, something can't have a state if it's not in memory yet. Like, it doesn't make sense to call it state if, like, before something's instantiated, the concept of state doesn't make sense. But that's the name that the Godot devs have used for this thing. What this means is we're grabbing information about the scene without it being instantiated. This would be the equivalent in other languages of using reflection on a class and saying, hey, give me these properties about this class in the abstract. So like here, we can access the number of nodes that are in the scene without actually creating an instance. So not only is it never added to the scene tree, which is what we were investigating yesterday, to try and see if by not having it in the scene tree, can we avoid having any sort of impact on performance? Well, this goes a step further. Not only is it not in the scene tree, but we can get the node count of from just the file on disk, which is what this preload represents. we aren't loading it. We aren't getting an instance. This is just accessing the metadata effectively. I shouldn't say that because Godot has a concept called metadata, and the fact that the language doesn't line up with, like, the terminology doesn't line up with the terminology in other languages is making this hard to discuss. Basically, I'm just accessing the contents of the file. And it's saying, okay, here's how many nodes are in that file other than the root node. So right now, just for testing, I'm printing that out. Then, oh wait. Okay, so that's the state. Get the count, print out the count. Then, for any nodes that are sprite 2D, like I'm trying to find this node. I iterate through the properties, print them all out. There's only one in this case, because it's analyzing the file, it's not analyzing an actual node. So the only properties that show up are the ones that you've set. So like if you look through here, I haven't set any of these, and you'll notice by the reset to default button here. So the only property that's available is material. This will get more complex when I actually populate data. But so iterating through, I get material. And then I've hard coded this just because I know there's only one material or one property. We load this, and for some reason, we're allowed to load it as an actual shader material, which, like the thing you get here from get node property value is an actual object. And it's not just because I've cast it. Without casting it, I printed out what this thing is, and it's a pointer reference. Our pointer reference doesn't make sense in this context. It's an object. It's not just a string. It's not some abstraction. It is the actual thing. And that's why this cast is legal. And once you've got the material, or the shader material, you can just access the properties like you would with the normal one. So I think this is actually getting loaded into memory. But since this is only in local context, the moment we're done with ready, it's going to hit garbage collection and we're in the clear. And there we go. So what this means is inside of some scene, I can store all of my data for my asset library. And as long as I don't ever load it, I don't have all of the overhead of those nodes existing in memory. I don't think it would have been a huge impact, but for adding about an hour of development time, we've guaranteed there's no impact from that. So, yeah, this, the character texture lookup is going to change big time. Because all of these nodes are going to get moved over into this monstrosity. There should be no animation tracks for this. Why were there animation tracks? Okay. I'm pretty sure this is all the code I want in this scene. So if at any point... Oh, hold on. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, no, I'm doing a dumb. I'm doing a big dumb. Because I have this selected up here, I'm like, oh, obviously I'm editing the script for that file. No, I'm not. This I'm going to call Asset database. And I need to remember no capital letters for the first letter of a file name. Because for some reason, GDScript in specific instances really, really hates that. Here, patch a script. This is what I want. Okay. I'll keep that around just... Actually, let's just keep the whole thing around. Excuse me. Okay. Let's try to instantiate. Then immediately print it. I want to know what this is going to do. Is if I've done this correctly, that didn't work. Or I should say, this didn't work. So it is a queue free. Do this. Right this way. That way I get out of the current execution loop, and the queue free should have executed now. Read object. Nice. And go read. Talk to me. Note that each thing in the array is not an actual object, but a reference to an object. Object is gone. This sounds like it might give me some information that... Done with its turn, it gets popped from the array, and the next enemy acts. However, if an enemy is killed and... Read object. The array is not true. Empty. Mess up checks for whether enemy array. Using a workaround like this to check if the enemy array is main question would be, does a freed object count as null? No, those two things have different values, although both represent an invalid reference. Comparing a freed object to null using that operator will return true. Also, implicit casting a freed object to Boolean will return false. So doing an if-foo check on a potentially freed object should be fine. Note that each thing in your array is not an actual object, but a reference to some object. The object is gone, a reference, and they be there. Just that it will refer to an object that's not alive anymore. Object. The object is gone, it's your responsibility to dispose of any references to it your code still holds. I can agree with this. Is instance valid is the prescribed way to do the check, not this equals null. I don't agree. Yes, it answers this question directly, but this is an important bit of information, and this is an instance where someone has asked a question when, like, they've extrapolated down to a lower level question than where they should be asking. This person should be asking the question, how do I handle freed objects? Like, how do I check for and handle freed objects? Instead, they're asking the next step, which is a freed object null? This person is answering that higher level question because this being a correct answer invalidates even asking the lower level question. You may have seen this happen with me in chat in the past, where someone asks a question and I have to backtrack and make sure they're actually asking the right question to get the information they need. Because one thing that you're going to find in life is people in general are really bad at asking questions to get the information they actually need. Because what ends up happening is, and this isn't bad on its own, is people will try to solve a problem and they'll go down a few steps of logic. And when they hit a roadblock after going down those steps, they go and ask a question that's already assuming all those preceding steps were correct to get there. In this case, the steps are, I have a freed object. How do I handle a freed object? Well, it's returning false. Like, I know that this thing isn't real, quote. So, is this the same thing as null? So, first step is, how do I handle freed object? Next step is, like, next step down in their reasoning is, okay, can I just check if this is the same thing as null? And once you've done that, the person you're asking that question to doesn't necessarily, like, you haven't necessarily disclosed that you've gone through those steps. Because that previous question, you didn't answer correctly. Like, there's an implicit answering of the question, how do I handle freed objects, that has happened with this person. And they've concluded, before asking the question, that the way to handle it is to check if it's null. And so that's a tiny subset of the more broad question, how do I handle a freed object? In reality, the correct answer here, I believe, is this one. Even though they selected this guy. I'm curious about this addendum. Found a better method for handling turn order in tutorial series. Wait. Oh, Slay the Spire clone. Godot. Like, Slay the Spire was made in Godot 4. What? Instead of squeezing enemies in rays, an enemy handler node that holds all the enemies. Turn order then depends on the index number of the enemy handler. Find this a much more manageable approach. That's not a bad idea. The only thing I don't like about this is if turn order is likely to change, you run into an issue where you're swapping you're moving nodes around and incurring all of the relevant code executions that you don't actually want. Because I believe so change child order. Okay, move child. So does move child cause ready function? Because if it does, I'm not going to trust AI. How does move child function work? There we go. What happens to the other child node? A, B, C, D. Move child B to the second position. Does that mean B is now in the third and fourth? This is not going to be a detailed enough answer for me. Let's check the AI answer. The ready function is called only once when a node first enters this tree. Children go ready. I'm not sure this is because I'm pretty sure if you reparent, ready gets hit, but we can test that. 18. Dummy child. Okay. And I'm gonna delete it anyway, so I don't care about the extension. Now, add Dimitri there. On button press. What are we gonna do? So pick a random node, and I want set up a reference up here. Dummy. That. So now it'll just move it to a new random parent. I want to know, does ready get hit? Because I'm pretty sure when I was creating the attack spawner, I ran into this with reparenting. I'm ready was hit. Oh. Interesting. I'm ready was not hit. Reparent. Okay. Stop. Now. Now, if I go through both of these steps, what happened? Because I was pretty sure in one of these instances, ready gets called again. Huh? Hold up. That would not have tested this. That's interesting. Maybe I was using on tree entered and that's what I'm thinking of. And ready ever run twice. More than ooh, here we go. Start the project, it prints text twice. Save all my code. Happening. My current code looks like right. But I did just fix the problem. I don't completely understand why it happened. I had a node 2D tree without anything in it. The script was attached to this. Later I changed the script to be global. That's when the issue started. Okay, so they had two instances. Pretty sure there's another instance, though, where this will happen. Well, if you instantiate it again, it's a new instance, so of course it'll run again. I gotta keep doing that. See if I can find the one I'm remembering. Ready, it gets called automatically when you add the object to the tree. Sure. All parent classes ready method also get called. Children's ready are called first, then parents. Usually use specific methods for anything that I want called from ready. Unless it's something trivial. What was the original question? Pursuit flag was not a condition on. I kept repeating because it wasn't right. Bool. Okay. I don't think we have all the interacting code here, but my first suspicion would be here. Spawning an enemy. Would wonder if perhaps it spawns the enemy on the door and immediately despawns it and then spawns another. On the head, escape flag is a variable for the escape sequence. Player is caught. RNG roll is made, and if they win, they survive. Escape flag. Whenever the room is. Okay, so this wasn't moving nodes. Nope. What? Why are you hacking yourself? That doesn't seem right. Also, when I use the following code, my also calls right twice. Let me try adding a delay in here. Because it could be that Godot is doing some magic in the background to prevent the situation I'm trying to test. Alright, that I guess answers my question. And Q3 is sufficient. And for this data... Nope, that's not... Legs is going to be a separate thing to the stances. But when I actually load it into the lookup, I'm going to restructure that. And I've tested everything I want to test. Bye. Great news. Ripped. This is going to be a resource. This I'm going to call what? I think I'll call it asset data. Cancel. Yeah. Yeah, this is going to end up being reworked completely. Right builder. That might change a little bit. How do you spell customize? The E looks wrong to me. I'm not sure why. The E is wrong. Okay. The thing is, without the E also looks wrong to me right now. Like, my brain is grouping Zabel together and just saying, oh, this is wrong. Stop. What are you doing? What all do I need? So I need sample colors. Need source color weight is param. Oh wait, what else do I need? That's not all. I also need H frames and V frames. Okay. Next. Forget how to do a typed array. It's that? Oh. What about that? Nope. You just can't specify that the array will only hold. Do I want packed color? Is that right? It feels wrong. Difference between packed array, typed array, and untyped array. Okay. Packed arrays are generally faster to iterate on and modify compared to typed arrays. So packed arrays consume memory. Downside, packed arrays are less flexible as they don't offer as many methods such as arrayed map. Typed arrays are in turn faster to iterate on, modify. Wait. Packed arrays consume less memory. Downside. Packed arrays are generally faster to iterate on, modify compared to typed arrays. Typed arrays are in turn faster to iterate on and modify. And then untyped arrays, not packed arrays. Okay, so the fastest is packed, middle is typed, slowest is untyped. Got it. Got it. Packed arrays are always passed by reference. To get a copy of an array modified independent of the original, use duplicate. I've never gotten duplicate to work the way I expected it to, but who knows? Not the case for built-in properties and methods. Turn packed array. Copy. Changing it will not affect you. Huh? Packed arrays are always passed as reference to copy. To update a built-in property, you need to modify the returned array and then assign it back. Okay, that makes sense. So packed color array is what I want. Good. And okay, that should be everything I need. How are these different? Oh. That's how they're different. Got it. The one I want to keep is bottom 2. Got it. Top 2 doesn't exist. Hold on. I forgot something. I also want... and I'm not actually going to be editing these in the editor. Like, this is all going to be generated with code. So those are irrelevant. The exports. Keep things as simple as they can be. Where did I put the notes for what that... Ah, here we go. Now I think that's ready. Thank you. That's what I want. All right. First off, name this same as the file name. This is going to be a top. And luckily, I get to see it. Okay. Those are now set correctly. And I think the way I want to structure this is primary color, secondary color, highlight. Okay. Happy with that, I think. That that looks about right. Okay, so stuff that I want to keep the same. 1. Source color weight of 3, param of 3 seems to be pretty good to keep some of the shading in there. Honestly, it's tempting to drop it all the way to 1. Do 1.5. I think that makes sense. Next. I think I might want to add a color picker. I think that would make some sense. Oh. This isn't right. Yeah. I think I need 56. Yup. I'm gonna keep this here because when I re-render that, I want these same values. Hold on a second. I don't need to store this data on a per sprite basis. I only need to store this on a per asset basis. How do I do that? Oh. And is there a way I can do this purely with reflection? Or not reflection, but can I do this automated through the file system? Maybe. I think some of this is going to get stored in the lookup. So H frames and V frames I can store here. Yeah. So this structure doesn't make sense for what I'm trying to store. prefer that naming, I think. Actually, let's restructure this a little bit more to be a dictionary instead. Or, yes. What's wrong with that? Oh, those are... Whoops. That'll work. Hmm? I'm confused. What am I doing wrong here? Done dictionaries like this before. Hold on. Oh, it's gonna want me to log in again, isn't it? Yep. Just a second. Okay. And confirmation code. Wait, what? Oh, we're fine. Did you send a spam? Hey, GitHub. Think you could get that key over here? Oh, wait, this is from the two-factor app. Oh, son of a gun. Which authenticator did I use for this? Don't know. GitHub. There we go. That'll work. Two-factor failed. Hmm? Oh, why do I have two GitHub authenticators there? Okay, now it worked. Searching my code base is a lot easier in GitHub, so I want to see every instance of what looks like a dictionary declaration. Oh no. Animations have that same syntax in the scene file. Oh no. Yeah, so what's wrong here? Oh, is it that I don't have bars? Oh. Was that it? That was it. Dang it. So that one doesn't work anyway. Um, what I really want is two different top level nodes. I'll keep that around. Just because for the purpose of the recolor, this is fine. And it might be cleaner to make these two separate files. Almost like putting these in two different tables in a database. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I just thought of another aspect of this. Maybe I don't need as much data in a scene as I'm thinking. Because here's what's going through my head. What if I just put the material data here? Nothing else, just material data for each of the assets. Then I could make my main thing I iterate through the file system. Okay. Yes. Trying to just think through potential problems with doing that. Gonna have to be very careful with my naming. Yeah. That way I don't have to keep duplicating information. And come to think of it, I don't even need the stances, or do I? Yeah, there's no reason to have the stances listed here. Hey! Things are getting way simpler. Do not need separate closed top and closed bottom. I will have to add some extra logic over in the texture lookup stuff. I think that works. Cool. If I swap those, maybe. It's primary, secondary, detail. Are gloves the secondary or are the gloves the detail? I think gloves might be the detail. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Just to make this very easy. Red, green, blue. Don't love that. Let's see if I can just get those to be excluded. But I don't want them excluded. I want them to blend between those two. Let's try... That didn't actually change anything, did it? Those are very, very close. Hmm. Oh, also, if I'm going to use this to hold a color as separate, huh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think through that as a problem. What happened there? Oh, that is that color. Okay. I think the answer here is I need to render the gloves separately. And then just restrict it in-game to only use these gloves. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think I want to try to avoid adding a concept of excluding colors with this method. I know I've done it here. I don't think I should do it. Yeah, it's almost like I need to consider black and white to be separate, like opposites. But I am specifically trying to not take brightness into it. Ha! Ha ha ha! I don't know. But that is some work I'm going to do on the shader off stream. I have some ideas. But yeah. That a note. But I don't need that finish for what I'm testing here. I just need to understand that this data is only so useful. Like, it's useful for testing, but I don't want to sit here really working on this right now, since this will change. And it's worth noting that this data structure will have to change along with it. Okay. And there's so many moving pieces to this that I'm sitting here like, okay, what piece do I tackle first? There's a lot here. I think right now I'm just going to work on this lookup. I think that's what I'm going to do. One thing I'm noticing, though, right off the bat... Oh, that's not what I want. I guess that's fine. Wait, I don't think I need this. So, iterate through resource. And use the directory class to go through the file system and load all the resources. That's helpful. Okay. More time. Assets. License. Tab. The character. I probably want to make this its own function. So at a later time, I want to do something like add modability. I want to make sure that's easier to do. That's gonna take in a file path. We'll return an array of something. need to think about what I'm getting back from this too. I wonder if I should just be returning an array of textures, press textures. That's obviously just a string. Ah, compressed texture 2D. Awesome. This going to array of compressed textures 2D. Good. There we go. That's what I want there. Built. Got a directory path. For subdir in git directory. result.pen array excuse me. Oh, whoops. But that's not actually right, is it? Because the way this works, subdirectory that I get back here is not a full path. Okay. Okay, so our textures is that. And let's just see what I get. Oh, wait, I'm not going to get anything. Okay, how do? How do? Do examples of instantiating a typed array. That's not how you spell array. But Google will correct it for me. Oh. Seriously? That? I think AI is actually right on this one. Cool. And for file name in git file, Source is equal to... Or is it preload? I think it was preload. Preload must be a constant string. Okay. If resource is compressed texture 2D, then result.append source. How are we doing? Aha, ha, ha, ha. Oh. No loader found for resource. Turning reference. Maybe I need to be loading this a different way. How to get texture from... I'm using load. But I think there might be a different way to do this. Set sprite 2D texture and this should show me what I need to do. That still says to load. Octo. No loader found for... Help with no loader found for resource. OGG loader works perfectly, but I can't out wrong. That error implies to me that you have a file that resource loader cannot understand. That doesn't seem... The letter error. Texture needs to be imported. But it is imported. Which tells me that it thinks I need to re-import. So get texture that has already been imported. Hey, I might find a reasonable answer for this one. Still says to use load, but that's not right. Stop it. Stop it. Something's gonna go wrong. Guaranteed. Oh? What if I do that? Will you be happy now? Nope. Press texture. I don't get it. I don't get it, bro. Get all currently loaded texture. Maybe that's something I... How to get all resources of a given type. Then you can use resource loader path to retrieve each one. Oh, hold on. So I think that's the same thing as if I just used load. Pretty sure. Yeah. It's not happy. But they are using image.load. I don't get it. Apparently this is a common problem. Trying to run this project. Not sure if this warning affects how to import the SVG. Failing to find where to browse my file system. Files. Drag the file into Go from the file manager. File manager. Project folder. Drag that into main. Internal resource reference. Not helping. I had this error when trying to preload child scene. I had to reorder my preloading. Sure that the parent is loaded child. Yeah? Wait. This is the most annoying bug in Godot ever. And still hasn't been solved yet. What? What? Check all these. File resource loader.load texture dot. That. Probably is not working because of no variables. That's not it. Okay, this person has the same problem I do. When you export your game, Godot renames all the files inside the project so you can't find them. In this case, you resource loader.list directory. I was about to post about a similar issue. I'm making a breakout clone. Oh. Hold on. What do you bet I'm getting the import files as well? I'll bet I'm getting import files. Actually, let me just do file name. Yep. I'll bet the issue is it's trying to import the import files, which it's just not going to work. Yep, there's the problem. Hey there, Morton. Welcome back. So, how do I get all of my texture? The only way I could figure out how to get thumbnails loaded. It was because I was creating my thumbnail design like this. I think that's a different issue. I just figured out my project has the same problem. How can I repose this question? Solved this before it got through. Basically, I had import files that were correct. Oh. Ooh. So, load all PNGs in a directory. Let's just ask that question. You export the game. Original files aren't exported directly, but only the remap. Your access file access, just read the directory file directly and don't take account. Running from the editor, fine, because both files are present. Running it, project it won't. You take that into account when reading the directory file. Hey there, Nexus. Welcome, welcome. You need to take that into account when reading the directory file. In this case, check that the file ends in .remap and remove that extension before calling. Now it's working. Pretty sure you're gonna get duplicates doing it this way. But I just wound up doing the same pattern, which worked like a charm, but it has a smell. I agree, there is a smell problem to this code. On the other hand, going to have a few thousand resources. Putting all of them at the start of the game has an worse smell. Are there any drawbacks you can think of using directory access for a function that tells other functions the file path to look from? In my case, I have stories folder. Not sure I 100% understand. Need to keep a list of file paths to be loaded. Needed. Guess it should. Got jiggle physics now? Congrats! Just remember, this is family-friendly channel. Jiggle physics is the phrase on its own is not verboten, but y'all know where that topic can lead. I searched wide and most of the time very helpful web for any help. What am I doing? I have a file dialog node from which I want to load a PNG. What is the problem? When I select a file and open it, I get the error. Actually, let me check one thing in my printouts. Are my errors here? Yes. So I did misread this, and it is the fact that it's the import files. You're obviously talking about jelly? Good! That's wonderful. Very happy for you. On another Reddit that solved it with this code. So get all resource files, ignore import files. There's got to be a more elegant way to do it. What does AI say? Well, that is not an elegant solution. Here is my question. What am I doing? I am trying to get this to dynamically load all of my sprite sheets for characters and then construct a lookup system with that so I can very easily grab that data for plugging into a character customization screen. Trying to import audio file. Here's the thing, import files can no longer be found in their original locations after export. They're all in the .import folder. So you'll need to look for .import files still in their original location. However, you can't load them. So what you need to do, remove the oh, it's not there anymore. The resource loader can still load it from the... Oh, that is the dumbest thing. Okay. So... in order for this to work in both the editor and in the exported version of the game, I need to find only the import files and then trim off .import from the file path. That way, when I'm in the unexported version running in the editor, it grabs the file directly and loads it. When I'm in the exported version, the resource loader will say, oh, I know that file path. Let me go translate it to the import directory, and then I'll load from there. This is gross. It's just gross. Okay. Yeah. not file name dot get extension. I don't really get what you're doing, but I think I would do it with a file path provider. Depending on built it or not, gives you a different file path. So file path builder is really, really cool. Or file path provider. I don't think that's a thing in Godot though. Yeah. I believe you are referencing something in Python. Am I right? You can create... Well, yes, I know I can create custom scripts. But... Yeah, no, I'm not going to build something custom for this because there's already handling for different types of file paths. Like, Godot handles that. The moment you start using a string in the context of a file path, it just resolves your backslashes for you. I'm pretty sure what I want to do is this. If it's not an import file, but the issue is that no, so it has nothing to do with the import string. It has to do with the fact that I'm attempting to load .import files because I'm just selecting all the files in a directory and I'm attempting to load all of them, and then I'm only keeping the ones that are compressed textures, which means their file is a PNG in that case, or in this case I should say. Problem is it tries to load these import files and it's not allowed to do that. So, place. What I do is, if the thing I'm looking at right now is not an import file, continue, like, throw it away. So throw away all the PNGs, right? Then, if it is an import file, rename the file path to grab the non-import file, the PNG in this case, and then load that. And I'm pretty sure this will work. But this feels really stupid that the resource loader doesn't have this logic built in. Like, in my mind, resource loader should know, do not try to load an import file directly. And we're good. Is the import file the PNG? No. So the import file is what tells the Godot editor to have the file show up here. So, like if I go to any of these files, in here, it has these PNGs. The only reason these show up in the editor is because in the actual file system, it has these import files along with them. That's why it shows up. But apparently, when I actually go to export this project, these PNGs are all going to be removed, and all that's going to be left is these import files. Supposedly. Yeah, that's... Whew. That is so weird. It is. And that's the thing. It should... Like, it needs to just handle it. All of that should be abstracted away from me as the developer of a game. Like, the engine should handle that. I have my code, and it works. We're good. Ah! Not need to print there. I need to know what all the documentation says about compressed texture 2D. Talk to me. What? Okay, it's inherits texture 2D. Inherits texture, resource, ref count, object. Let's try looking at resource. This seems relevant. I just want to know all the information I have here. Okay. I also have texture. Texture is a base class for all texture types. But apparently it doesn't have any properties or methods. That's fun. Height, width. Size. Okay. Nothing else there. Show me what you got, Godot. So resource name is null. And resource scene unique ID is also null. Interesting. This is complaining about a thing that I can't... Oh, I can do this. Hey there, still needs work. How's it going? What is that emoji? Help. Dum Dum's freaking out. What's happening? Uh-oh. I think I broke Dum Dum. Yeah, that's... that's not what I'm doing. Hi, guys! Ooh. So let's reset Dum Dum. Twitching? Oh my god, why is that not the name we use for when people are streaming on Twitch? Why is that not the word we use? That'd be amazing. Plus, the awful sentences you'll be saying. Yeah, I'll be twitching later. Oh yeah, dude. I was twitching for like 5 hours today. Okay. Dum Dum's back to working. Thank you, Dum Dum. That was weird. That's just wrong? No, it's perfect. And then we could call, instead of saying Twitch streamers, we just call them Twitchers. Dude, I found this great Twitcher yesterday. Oh man, he was playing this epic game. Bro was twitching for like 12 hours straight. It was a crazy marathon. This is great. Twitch, make it happen. I want to describe people as Twitchers that are twitching. Okay. What else can I find out about this bad boy? Nothing. Huh. Basically, I can find out nothing. That's good. That's fun. Uh-huh. So... those aren't anything. What does that do? Get file. Okay. Hey, that's something. You got 2 monitors now? Nice! I don't even understand life with 1 monitor anymore. Well, I do. But it's an exception to the rule. So on my personal computer, I only technically have one monitor. However, it is 75 inches. So I don't feel like that counts as one monitor anymore. I forgot about your problem with that. Oh dear. When I read that, I now don't have to worry about female in the search engine. I'm going, what does monitors have to, how does that change your search results? I go, oh, right. Oh no. Don't worry about it, Nexus. Don't worry about it. Still needs work, just almost got banned off of Twitch. Because she's a degenerate streamer. Or sorry, degenerate Twitcher. Oh, still needs work. Oh my goodness. Just awful. Just awful. You don't stream, you get banned instantly. I understand this. Okay. So, what if I just want the file name? Can I get that? How do? His resource name is empty, apparently. That's awesome. So I need resource path dot name. Ooh. Well, let's see what other things we can do here. Validate file name, get base name. The other is get file. Dot slice. But ooh. Let me do that. It should cause an error, but it'll at least tell me what the heck is going on here, because I'm worried that the data type is not string here. Well, it is a string. Awesome. Guys, you can't use those words. Apparently YouTube doesn't like the word Bob's. Apparently. Yes, yeah! Nexus 7. You're getting me demonetized, though I'm not monetized, but it's And apparently, how were you able to say that? That, you should not have been able to say that in chat just now. How? Huh. So your messages do show up on YouTube, by the way. But, yeah, no, that, you should not have been able to say something you said up there. Because on Twitch, I've filtered out the F word. Like, it's one of my banned words. And I don't understand why it didn't hold your message. That's weird. Huh. What is this? Okay. Messages containing these terms or phrases will be blocked from chat. Terms are automatically added when a mod denies a caught message. Huh? If I can say Alaska, then modding for Twitch isn't working right? Because that always gets modded? Huh. Okay. Well, in that case... let me see if I can block these a different way. That's not right. That's supposed to be an allowed user. How do I add blocked terms? Word cloud, ticker, battle royale, interactive games. There's so many options on this thing. Add bot. List of words to trigger bot. This bot has access to live stream chat and can either respond to users in chat or respond to chat overlay. These are not sensor bot. Does not respond to chat, but has access to the chat. It can censor, filter, and sanitize incoming live chat messages. Enable. Requires a properly configured AI service provider. I don't understand. I don't know how any of this works. Help! Configure LLMs. That's not what I want. What is Olama? Oh, I need... So it's not built in. Son of a gun. The thing is, I don't actually need a chat bot. I just need to censor specific words. Like, I can provide that list of banned terms myself. Nexus, just be aware, if you're over chatting on YouTube, Twitch people will not see you. Because I'm not allowed to share those messages toward Twitch, but I can share Twitch messages over to YouTube. Just be aware. Can't you do it Twitch? Nope, Twitch does not allow that. Oh, Nexus. Oh. Hide mess. Blah blah blah. Thing has too many options. And there's no way to, like, search through them either. Just start back at the bottom. Please do not change your session ID. Then why do I have the option to change it? By the way, I'm pretty sure that you guys have access to that. Or you don't have access to it, but I don't think you can do anything too harmful with it. If I need to refresh that at some point, I will. Message visibility. There we go. Replace common swear words with asterisks. But are you telling me that the F word is not a common one? Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh god. Oh no! Stop. Oh no! Help! What was that? Uh-oh. Copy link. Now. Hold on. That's definitely not a copied link. Oh. Still not right. Okay. Now. If I flop that. What changes? Oh boy. Nothing. That doesn't seem right. So what's the point? If you're using a relay all function, you might find the following options helpful in controlling the duplicate responses. Why does none of this make any sense to me? Gotta be careful with these Alaskans. It's true. True. They're basically the Australians of America. That's not true. Floridians are the Australians of America. Okay. I guess I'll try this. Hey, still needs work. I give you permission to type the F word in chat one time because I need you to test it for me. I need to know what's going to happen if you say that. Wait. Now it was blocked by Twitch. What? Okay. Because now I'm just really upset with Twitch. Try saying effing. I am so curious. should have made that a better message. Yeah, try type. Why is that allowed? What? So Twitch is filtering out. Hold on. Hold on. What? First of all, I want I'm gonna get banned now. No, you're not gonna get banned. Not by me, anyway. I'm looking back on my stream to see what happened when you guys said those words. Oh God. Wait, what? Why is it duplicated? And because of the delay on like YouTube and stuff, I can't figure out where the thing is that I'm trying to test. Oh my God. Okay. I'll check it off stream afterward because this is nonsense. What I need to do to see it is like play it back at like 5 times speed so I can find it quickly. But with the delay and like the way Rumble shows the stream right now, I can't. I can't, guys. Maybe it's the ing part. Yeah, no, it, for whatever reason, Twitch's bot doesn't filter out words if you add things to it. Which, that seems really dumb. Twitch banned words not working. Let's see what the internet says. Let's see. Twitch banned words wildcard. Wildcard. By adding a wildcard. Wait, that's their wildcard? Oh my God. I'm done. I'm done, Twitch. This is the worst. This filter also has wildcard. This means you do not need to input every variable. What is your wildcard character? And why is it not asterisk? I don't know what people have with the F word. It's a family-friendly channel. I don't want that word in my chat, but it's okay right now since I'm testing it. Like, if I ask you guys to test it, that's fine. Wild card. Well, according to Twitch, it is asterisk. Shoot star would also filter shooting and shoots. Okay. Okay. So if I do that, let me just add wild cards around everything. Just absolutely everything is getting wild cards now. The thing is, some of this stuff was working with wild cards before. Okay. I think it's fixed. Okay. Yeah, you're seeing over on Twitch, they're seeing the different things I'm adding to blocked. Okay. Still needs work. I need you to say effing one more time in chat, and it should block it. Assuming I've done this correctly. If not, well, we're getting ourselves demonetized today. And possibly getting this video banned. It's fine. Hey! I see blocked messages. Awesome. That's excellent. Time to get banned. Absolutely. Yeah, what was strange is my chat bot, or my consolidated chat, allowed the words through, which seems odd, since that's usually been really good about censoring stuff. Getting you to say bad words? Absolutely. With how much trouble you get me in, it's only fair that I turn this around once in a while. It's only fair, right? Okay. Good old slice. Slice is for arrays, not for string. Okay. Call me substring. Returns part of the string from position with length think it's dot find. I want R find. That. Okay. R test equals this. Test dot substring 0. Test dot R find. Now I think. I think. Jeep-chan was not Jeep-chan. I don't understand. Hey! I got the name! Oh god. Oh. Now what am I gonna do? All right. What do I need? What do I need? What do I need? And okay, show me what that gives me. I'm gonna be right back, guys. Just a minute. Hello, chat. All right. So I need to construct some sort of data structure. And I think I'm going to make all of these lowercase. Is there a way I can do this? I'm about to do something stupid. I'm about to do something really stupid. But it's going to prevent some potential errors, so it's not that stupid, but it's stupid. Oh, this is dumb. This is so dumb. Can't believe I'm doing this way, but I don't know a better way to do this. This is essentially me making magic numbers, which is a thing you should never do in your code. But I don't know how to avoid it in this case. I hate it when my disk remounts read only. Wait. How does that even happen? Pirate did it, so it can't be that bad? Well, Pirate Software has said and done a lot of things, and I think we should leave it at that. And it's probably worth noting, just because a developer does something, and even if they are a respected developer, that doesn't mean that the thing they did is good. That's very much a appeal to authority fallacy. It presumes that because someone is an authority on a subject, that they couldn't possibly have said something wrong about that subject, which is just obviously untrue. Okay, let's see if this constructed things the way I think it did. Yes, it did. Good. So now we need a database. Basically the same structure, but my values here are going to be what? I need a new data type. Is that legal? Yes. I think that's legal. Let's see what this looks like. Congratulations on your coffee. let's also see dot. Oh, wait. Oop. I might not actually need this structure. I think instead... what if I do... are layers db equal, yes, equal to test one or okay. Because I think that means I will need to define a class. Okay. Now, actually, I'm going to change that. Okay. Now, for B1 in database.keys. And P1. Actually, just combine it all into one print later. Then for P2 in database no. Okay. P1 dot keys. Bring in what? P1. P2. Now that's how the Ko-fi bot messages are showing up now. It's stripping out the link. Well, that's annoying. Maybe I just change the Ko-fi bot message, if I can. Maybe. Okay. So, key 1, key 2. I think this'll do what I want. But we'll see. It did not do what I wanted. Invalid access of property. Wait. Invalid access to property or key test 2 on an int. Huh? You're not an integer. Okay. What are you? String into. Let me just make sure. Oh, dum-dum, what are you doing? Okay, that all prints out like I expect. Why is it saying that this... Oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Because this is what I want. I don't need to hard code that. Now the question is, are they actually independent copies? Looks like the answer is yes. just to be sure. Huzzah! I have created a data structure. That's the structure I want for this. That is a much cleaner way to do this. There is a reason. Because I want to organize this. Can I make this a private class? Yeah, they're statics, and if the thing is everything is global anyway in GD script land. Now is the part where I need to be much more conscious of aiming. Because these were easy. These are going to be less so. I thought I just did this. I did. Oh, I didn't put it down here. while I'm here, rename this. Oh. Ooh. Hold on. Okay, so hair and helmets I need to lit up a little bit. Because helmets cannot have hair accessories. So I can't, like, while these are going to behave as a single layer, I think that makes sense. I know how I want to do this now. Yep. We are going to split it. You... Here. Oh no, I think I just did a bad. Yeah, hold on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think we're okay now. But the renames I need to do in here. Really. So I don't have to think about it as much. I'll handle both cases in code. It's like one extra line. that thing. I have a feeling that's not going to work. I have a strong feeling. Identifier not found. Array. What? Okay, what if I instead do something? Yeah, that doesn't work. Yep, this is why it actually made a little more sense to do a class for this. And I can't just do that, right? Is that legal? Maybe. Oh. What do you mean? The fire not found. Array. It's a global class. Like it. Okay, what if I do this? Huh? Why is that not valid? Maybe it is. And Godot is just lying to me. Apparently, Godot is just lying to me. Okay. Let's try that again. Ow. What happened? What did I do? Huh. Oh, this is getting the keys. It's not getting the entry. Okay. Okay, let's try that. Ooh. That does not bode well. So these are not independent. Son of a gun. I use duplicate. Why you no duplicate? And so I can actually see what the heck is going on. What if is that allowed? Yes. Okay, what about this? No. Oh, I also have a duplicate. 13 layers there. Really wish we had typed dictionaries, but no dice. Okay. Alternatively, will this work? I think this will work. Okay, let's try it again. Non-existent function append on base nil. I respectfully disagree. Okay, so my database has bow, dual wield spear, etc. And each of those is null. But I thought I just set them. Fine, let's go back to doing it the other way. Surely now it'll be happy, right? Well, it's happier. Okay. Got something. And Closed Top has a member resource. Nice. That's awesome. So I've now constructed a database. And then I need to populate it. But not today, folks. That is a task for tomorrow. So that is where I'm calling it for today, folks. Everyone, thank you so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us. And, as always, an extra special thank you to my supporters over on Ko-fi. Thank you so much. And above all, guys, hope y'all have an awesome day. Take care, everyone.